Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Just going to maximize, there it is, our ASMR Sunday title, because today is going to be more gentle, soft-spoken. We won't go too deep into anything provoking. Just focus on general well-being, relaxation, comfort, validation, that sort of thing today. And let this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the Divine Mother and Father. And hello, user 227. You are the first here, I gather. I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking. How are you? And while I have a moment to set the intention, whilst we await other guests to arrive, allow me to welcome everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, belief system. Everyone, may you be found comfortable and accepted here. Jai Shri Krishna Kalkiji. I'm glad you like my shirt, user 227. Hello, Zayla. I'm doing well. Thank you, Wayne. I had a nice game of pool and chess with my father today. Hello, Sheila. Hi, Kimberly. And hello, Imi Baba Studio. I am happy. Thank you. And thank you, Paige, for blessing us so early on with the pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Imi Baba Studio, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Exo Style. Hello, Melinda. Vladimir. Hello, Ragnhildur. Hi, Kimmy. And hello, Rachel. Sheila, you ask, how come you are such a peaceful soul? It takes a lot of practice. I can't say I was born this way, that's for sure. Lots of trial and error, and I'm still figuring things out. Now I have a question of the day for you all today. Perhaps you'd be interested in exploring what your favorite kind of dreams are. I'd love to know. I know that some of my favorite kinds of dreams are where you have some kind of superpower like flying or jumping really high or running fast. You like flying too, Rachel. Isn't that the best? You like flying as well, Claybeard. So freeing, isn't it? Thank you, Gina, for your 3 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Vladimir, thank you for your trio of roses. Gina, you want to be like Wonder Woman. She is a very powerful lady, that's for sure. Can I see color in dreams? Asks Imi Baba Studio. Yeah, I have many memories of colors being important in my dreams. Like seeing a glowing green ooze coming from the floor in a haunted house. That was a very memorable dream I had many years ago. Anne Marie, you like when you're eating in dreams. That's fun. You're not limited to, well, anything. You could eat a whole cake and not gain a single pound. If anything, you might wake up slightly lighter than before you went to bed. And Riki, you like flying or floating, you guess. That's great to hear. Me too. And hello, Lao. I'm well, thank you. And thank you, Imi Baba, for another rose from you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Pluxy, thank you for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. Kendra, in your dream you're flying, but it's like you're stuck in jello. I know what that's like, yeah. So difficult to move. And Lao, you love dreams. Sometimes you just sleep to escape this reality. That's understandable. Very honest of you. Gregor, you like to fly as well. And hello, Adma. User 227. You share that you have the weirdest dreams. You once dreamed you turned into a little boy. That is weird. Yeah. I once was a pregnant seagull in a dream before. It's very interesting feeling like you're a bird that has eggs inside of you, ready to lay. Ice, you share that someone told you to wake up and stop dreaming. That's funny, isn't it? It's like your subconscious knows, but consciously you are unaware. Hello, Kevin, thank you for your heart meet too. Radhe, Radhe. And Nicknatjerza, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And you like flowing, that's a good word. Flying dreams as well, Lao. And Ragnhildur, you share that when you have been able to see your loved ones in your dreams that have passed, isn't that wonderful too? Yeah. It's like a portal to loved ones. Hello, Aquarius lady. Thank you for your blessings, Anna. May I be like a mirror to reflect them back on you. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Jen, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Lucid dreams are your favorite, Wayne. I like that. Me too. Imi Baba, you share that you had a dream once that you were working very hard and you woke up and had to go to work again. That's funny. A couple weeks ago, I was really thirsty in my dream, so I woke up that I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of juice. I drank it, and then I woke up and realized that I was still in bed thirsty, so I went to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of juice, took a sip, and then I woke up again, and this happened like 3 times. I was just wanting to get a glass of juice, man. Thank you, Tac Unlimited, for your hat and mustache. Jai Sitaram. Lending, thank you for your 18 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Jane, for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. And John F. Thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I am, you are me. You share that your favorite dream is when you're able to breathe underwater and burst out of the water into flying through the sky. I love that. That's very spectacular. Anna, your favorite dreams are the ones you can remember. That definitely makes sense. Yes. And thank you, Addie Cat, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Christian, thank you for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. Godar, you ask, what's the cure for a pizza addiction? Well, do you always order it? Is it because it's easy? Or do you just enjoy it? If you just enjoy it, then try making some pizza yourself. Then it's healthier, more rewarding, and tastes even better. And thank you, Hannah, for another quintet of team bracelets. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, L-Wave Rider, for your rose as well. Jai Sitaram. Alright, I appreciate this exploration of dreams together. Thank you, everyone. Seems like we all enjoy flying to some extent. Or otherwise the freedom to do things that we are unable to do while awake. Like talk to our past loved ones, or eat without any consequences. Now I have a reading for you all if you're interested. Then we can open up the floor to general conversation on spirituality, validation, affirmation, consciousness, the universe, that whole. And yes, prayer warrior, you're interested, as you are too, Gregor. Glad to hear it. We've been reading through a book called Roar of the Ganges, which is a book written by Swami Taratmanandaji, who has given his blessing for us to read this in his Sangha. And soon I hear he will be making it a free PDF as well, in case you wanted to get your hands on it. We were discussing his interaction with his guru, known as Swami Dayananda. His friend Swami Prakash was asking him about the nature of a guru and vice versa. So we ended yesterday's reading with a discussion on how one can spot a genuine spiritual teacher. And yeah, I can turn the music down, Claudia said. Oh, it is very loud, isn't it? Thank you for telling me. forgot to turn it down from yesterday, ending our chanting. So, our protagonist, Swami Taratmananda Ji, the author, then simply known as Mark before he was a Swami, was asked by Swami Prakash, unless you are fortunate enough to find the right teacher at the very beginning, sometimes the first teacher is the right one, but sometimes you have to go on looking. What about for you, Mark? Did you meet Swami Dayananda first, or were you searching for some time? I told Swami Prakash my own story of trial and error. A frustrating 5-year search punctuated by several shining moments. Near the beginning of my spiritual quest, when I lived in California in the 1970s, I found a group led by a charismatic man who had founded a number of spiritual communities. He had integrated aspects of Eastern philosophy into his otherwise Christian teachings, creating a melange that was familiar but also filled with a joyous optimism that conventional Christianity seemed to lack. His message of love and fullness of life inspired me. I enjoyed the weekly healing services and the opportunity to, quote-unquote, soak up good vibrations, as we said at the time. When I learned the leaders claim that group members were divine emissaries, specially chosen by God to serve mankind, I felt uncomfortable with the apparent cultishness of this attitude. Later, as members shifted their attention from love and healing to balancing energy fields and cleansing auras, I felt very much out of place. I have never seen an aura and seriously doubt their existence. I decided it was time to move on. For several years, I took Hatha Yoga classes. I enjoyed the deep peace I felt after each gentle session of stretches, postures, and breathing exercises. My yoga teacher introduced me to her guru, a kind and affectionate old Swami from India. His flowing ochre robes, long white hair, and bushy beard perfectly fit my stereotypical image of how a guru should look. His message was simple, but beautiful. Live a spiritual life. Meditate. Practice yoga. Serve others. And eventually, you will gain the inner peace you seek. I did my best to live a spiritual life, practicing yoga and meditation every day. I slowly came to notice how the depth of my meditations was impaired whenever I consumed meat or alcohol. So I became a vegetarian and gave up alcoholic drinks. With that lifestyle, I felt happier and more peaceful than ever before. Yet, I was not truly satisfied. Perhaps I had benefited from those practices as much as possible. Or maybe I was just impatient, but I wanted something more. Being a pragmatic young computer engineer, I reasoned that some kind of powerful meditation technique could catapult me into enlightenment. I found such a technique in a group whose mesmerizing chanting of Sanskrit mantras fascinated me. I chanted and meditated with them for hours at a time in a darkened, incense-filled room that was somehow permeated by their guru's intense energy. I had some incredible experiences in that room. So did many others. Some experienced involuntary movements of their limbs or spontaneous contortions of their bodies while meditating. Occasionally, a spine-tingling shriek escaped from someone's mouth when he or she reached a wholly new plane of consciousness. These outbursts unnerved me each time they shattered the silence in the dark chamber. Over a period of several months, I enjoyed many amazing meditative experiences. It seemed like I could experience anything if I meditated on it fervently enough. But after more than a year of chanting and meditating with the group, I found myself essentially unchanged. The others, too, seemed not to have undergone any significant transformation. I wondered what, if anything, we were really accomplishing. Perhaps we were simply seeking new experiences, finding joy and exhilaration through meditation instead of worldly pursuits. In a way, it reminded me of experimenting with psychoactive drugs in the 1960s. I began to doubt whether meditation techniques were truly the key to realizing my vaguely conceived spiritual goals. In those days, I drove the back roads every Sunday morning to a charming, rustic temple nestled in Southern California's coastal mountains overlooking the Pacific Ocean. There, I attended lectures on Vedanta, taught by one of several swamis. These lectures were utterly unlike sermons one might hear in a church. Instead of learning that I am a sinner, I heard a Swami say that there is no sin but ignorance. Each week, a different Swami spoke on a new topic: the immortality of the soul, one truth, many paths, the unity of religions, and so on. Sometimes a lethargic old sannyasi would deliver a boring talk in a deadly monotone that defied all efforts to keep my eyes open. But sometimes a dynamic, ochre-robed Swami would unfold a dazzling vision of reality that took my breath away. I returned each week to gather whatever flashes of insight I could snatch, insights that usually evaporated as quickly as drops of water on a frying pan. I like that line too, Gregor. And hello, Auntie. Driving home from the temple of the winding foothill roads, I used to reflect on the Swami's words. By the end of the ride, whatever I understood was already fading and growing unintelligible. The vision conveyed by these Vedanta teachings seemed profound and transformative, yet somehow elusive. I wanted to abide steadfastly in that realization and visualize the fact that I needed a teacher who could help me realize that goal. I told Swami Prakash. I first met Swami Dayananda when he gave a lecture on Vedanta at a local community center. He struck me as a no-nonsense teacher who was methodical in his approach and particularly careful about his choice of words. As I listened, concepts I had only vaguely understood before became clear and meaningful. By the lecture's end, I felt there was much more to be discovered with his help. I began to study under his guidance in the US and India. At first, I presumed I would eventually become disillusioned with his teachings and move on, as I had with previous gurus. But that disillusionment never came. His teachings continued to lead me forward. When I finally could study with him full-time during our 3-year course in Pennsylvania, I was absolutely amazed. He was able to lead me to discover exactly what I sought. So, I guess that makes him a true guru, at least for me. And hello, Shakira. Swami Prakash nodded and then asked, "Looking back, what is your opinion about the other gurus?" "Each of them had something to teach me," I answered. "I learned a lot from them. Those years practicing yoga and meditation helped prepare me for the intense inquiry I underwent with Swami Dayananda." "So you see then," Swami Prakash remarked, "when you were finally ready, the true guru appeared, isn't it?" We both laughed. Growing more serious, he quoted a verse from the Mundaka Upanishad. "To realize the goal, may one duly approach a competent teacher who not only knows the scriptures complete, but also abides steadfast in reality, in fullness, in peace." Swami Prakash said this verse shows the two main qualifications for gurus. First, they must be thoroughly grounded in the scriptures, containing the methodology necessary to lead one to discover what is sought. He compared the scriptures to a roadmap which must be properly interpreted by a guru to guide a seeker. Secondly, gurus must actually possess the vision sought by the seeker. They cannot impart what they do not personally embrace, even though they may have extensive scriptural learning. Suppose, Swami Prakash continued, someone here has been to the Taj Mahal, but does not know the route to get there. He can tell you how beautiful it is, but he cannot take you there. He cannot help you personally experience the beauty of the Taj. In the same way, someone can have a profound vision of reality, but not the words to convey it to you. Such a person is not a guru. They are merely a mystic. A mystic can inspire you, but cannot make you see what they see. A guru is one who knows how to lead you to discover what they discovered too. On the other hand, scriptural learning alone is not enough. Suppose you have a map of India and want to go to the Taj Mahal. If you don't happen to know it is in the city of Agra, the map will not help you. For this reason, a guru must know the goal. They must already have discovered the Atma, the Self. Only then can one properly use the scriptures to lead you. Swamiji, I asked, do you think it is always necessary to have a guru? Suppose there was a book in which the scriptures were completely unfolded by an author who had the two qualifications you described. Could that book take you to the place of a guru? guidance or could take the place of a guru? Perhaps, he answered. Do you know of such a book? Well, no. Neither do I, he wryly replied. But suppose you could read a book like that. When you misunderstand or misinterpret the author's words, who is going to correct you? And when doubts arise while reading it, the book cannot answer your questions, isn't it? But can't books help us? Certainly they do. Yet, we still need teachers to help us understand those books. You can learn almost anything from a book, even medicine or engineering. But it is easier to learn with the help of a competent teacher. Why struggle with Vedanta books on your own when there are great teachers like me available? I laughed at his playful jest. And now, he announced, you must excuse me so I can prepare to conduct my chanting class. Swami Prakash walked toward the dining hall to wash and return his teacup so I can prepare to conduct my chanting class. Swami Prakash walked toward the dining hall to wash and return his teacup. I was delighted that he had not lost his sense of humor when he became a monk. But then, many Swamis I have met have been jovial or even silly at times, not grave or serious. Perhaps such lightheartedness is an expression of their inner freedom. They don't seem to take themselves too seriously. And with that seriously unserious note, we will pause our reading at the end of the chapter. It happens to be. And with that seriously unserious note, we will pause our reading at the end of the chapter. It happens to be too. What a great discussion on Swami Taratmanandaji's journey, but undoubtedly has already expressed himself through all the teachings that this author has embedded in the book so far. And I quite like that remark about a book that was so good it could replace a guru. And Swami Prakash says, do you know of such a book? No, neither do I. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Let's see. Addy Cat, thank you for your rose. Many minutes ago by now. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm happy you're here, Vladimir. Thank you. Thank you, Christian, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. I'm glad you enjoyed the reading, Auntie. Thank you, Hannah, for your quintet of team bracelets. Jai Sitaram. L-Wave Rider, thank you for your rose. And Pantagor, thank you for your heart me, rose. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Am I familiar with the E8 lattice? Asks Anthony. You know, I used to have a video on it in collaboration with Dr. Richard Borchards, the winner of the Fields Medal for his work on monstrous moonshine and group theory. He taught me how to construct the E8 lattice, and so I made a YouTube video and TikTok video on it. And thank you, John Simon Ritchie, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Although my video is no longer up, The complimentary one on Dr. Richard Borchard's channel is still up, on how to construct the bigger brother of the E8 lattice, the Leech lattice that exists in 24 dimensions. Thank you, K Little Star, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Butter Hamrat? You ask, what does Jai Gurudeva Om mean? Jai means victory, Guru is teacher, Deva means God, and oftentimes Gurudeva is a way of honoring the Guru as divine. So, kind of like how Gregor says, victory to the teachers of divinity, or maybe a little more accurate, victory to the divine teachers, since we are honoring that quality of divinity within them. But of course, they also teach about divinity too. And Om is the sacred mantra. And my apologies, Sky Guardian. I didn't have a chance to download the files you sent me, given that I was out with my father today. But I certainly will after our live stream today, and then we can upload the snippets that you have so generously made for all of the readings to host on their own respective playlist. Thank you, Isabella, for your cheer you up, heart me and team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. And Maria, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. John F., thank you for your hand hearts too. Jai Hanumanji. Thank you, JL, for your whipped coffee. Radhe, Radhe. And Stephen, thank you for your heart me too. Ambidal, you ask, what is the meaning of life? Our purpose on earth? I think you answered your question. Purpose on earth. Now that sounds very meaningful to me. There's two parts to that. Purpose, living purposefully, with a strong intention behind your actions. And here on earth, this is where it's at. Nowhere else to be. It's the greatest spot in the universe. So many people are working hard to get off this rock without realizing that there is no better place to be. Some people work really hard to vacation in heaven, but like all vacations, you have to return home after a certain while. Now, if you save up a lot of vacation days, maybe you can go a whole 6 months. But after that, you gotta come back. So the secret to happiness is not in a permanent vacation, because this is not how the world works. We must find peace within our duty, within the action itself. How do we do that? With intention, What kind of intention? An intention that's not dependent on the outcome. Many of us are putting the cart before the bull, or the horse. I forget. We are working for the result of what we work for. However, you could be doing the best job that you are capable of and still get a poor outcome. And when we have staked our happiness on the outcome, we naturally suffer. Other times, we might do a poor job and end up with a miraculously good outcome. Then we feel so great, but it's not due. To truly be happy amidst all outcome means that we shift our sense of self from some bountiful future to living as presently as we can in everything that we do, striving for excellence in the action itself. It doesn't matter what your work is. If you work at a deli, be the best deli clerk in the universe. Make sure that your slices of salami are perfect, that your ability to measure how much potato salad goes in that cup is getting better every day. Serve others with love, feed people, be the best person you can be in this moment, and you will be happy. And thank you, Stephen, for your 5 tiny tinies too. Yippee! And L-Wave Rider, thank you for your paper crate. Hari Om Tat Sat. Boter Hamrat. You ask, what do you think about ethic philosophy? It's not something I've really studied or thought about much. However, leading a highly ethical life without attachment to our status is a sure way to feel accomplished. Through helping others, we become pure ourselves. I used to get caught up on the idea that doing good is what you're supposed to do, like it's some mandated law of existence. But when you look at it that way, there's no life in being ethical. You're only doing it out of fear of some status quo. If you do so totally voluntarily, because it makes you feel good, when you purify yourself for the sake of others, then that goodness becomes something you experience. And thank you, 31 Planes, for your subscription again. I'm always happy to have you part of the team. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you. Hello, Mermander. Such lovely wishes you share for everyone. I also wish to reflect that I hope you all are well, and if not, I hope you find an opportunity amidst the challenges to still grow, learn, love, and be loved. And thank you, Ginseng, for your balloons. Radhe, Radhe. Entrenadora Sara, thank you for your heart, me. Gaia, you ask? And yes, Auntie, I did have a good time with my dad, thank you. How to be present with oneself. With our feelings, with our body, with our emotions, with our mind and its thoughts. Being present means allowing. Being unpresent means resisting. It's funny, some people hear the word accepting and then they think resisting. How does that work? Well, if I should be accepting, then I shouldn't feel guilty. So I'm gonna resist that I'm feeling guilty. Accepting means everything, including your own feelings. If you're feeling guilty, that's okay too. Some people think, if I should be accepting of the present moment, then I shouldn't be so sad. So then you resist the sadness. Accepting means you accept even the sadness. On all levels of our being. And if you're having a hard time accepting anything, then you can accept that you're having a hard time accepting anything. It's that easy, but also that difficult to remember. User 227, you ask, where is Sandy? It's a good question. Last time I saw him, he was feeling a little sleepy. He had some fun outside and had one of those cat yogurt tubes. You know, us humans have those yogurt tubes that you... The equivalent of cat yogurt tube is like something like pate in a tube. Just squeeze down the end and it comes out like a very floppy popsicle. Butter ham rat. You say, like, people being quote unquote good, seeking moral desert, is not the same as being good for goodness sake. English is not your first language. That's okay. I certainly understand what you meant. Yeah. What makes a truly good action has to do with the intention behind the action. If the intention is out of some attachment to a specific outcome, like being seen as a good person by others, or at the very least avoiding some punishment, then we are not really doing it for others. We are doing it for ourselves. Which doesn't make it wrong necessarily. There's just room for improvement in the purity of our intention. True selfless action, therefore, is not about how others will perceive us for doing it, whether we get rewarded or punished, as long as we do it for the sake of others, with their happiness in mind. Namaste, Lucas. Gaia, you ask, Yam, do you inspire myself? I can't take credit for any inspiration. When inspiration arises, there it is. I don't feel the need to label it as my own creation or someone else's. Inspiration is there. Anthony, you had shared that you noticed you found peace in accepting inherent sadness instead of seeking relief. Isn't that a funny thing? So many paradoxes like these in spirituality. Mr. Astrolabe, you ask, do you believe in a God that can change the laws of nature? I believe that nature is autonomous because it is an expression of that source. We might refer to nature as having some fixed rule set, but we may be hiding the fact that nature is very dynamic, and she is the other half of God, Mother Nature as the Divine Feminine. God has given her autonomy to express herself as she likes. And the two of them together have given us, as individual life forms, our own autonomy, albeit over a much smaller domain. And there's nothing they can do to take that autonomy away from us, because we are slivers of that same divinity, just the same. If they could take away our free will, then that means we wouldn't have been divine. And thank you, Vladimir, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Welcome, Echo Leaf. And Isabella, thank you for your subscription. I am so happy to be in your service, always. Hari Om Tat Sat. Botterham Rat, you ask what my thoughts are about the Tao Te Ching. Well, I think it speaks for itself, don't you think? You know, it's on my desk to my left. I can grab it if you allow me 5 seconds. Here, we can crack open a random page from the Tao Te Ching and let it speak for itself. We open to verse 52. The source of life is as a mother. Be fond of both mother and children, but know the mother dearer. And you outlive death. Curb your tongue and senses, and you are beyond trouble. Let them loose, and you are beyond help. Discover that nothing is too small for clear vision, too insignificant for tender strength. Use outlook and insight. Use them both, and you are immune, for you have witnessed eternity. Thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Lily, you share that your brother would love to hear a life analogy to video games. Sure, what kind of video games? Does your brother like first-person shooters, platformers, open world games, RPGs? Or does your brother like anything else? Any video game and likes FPS games? Cool, me too. I think one of the most interesting things about FPS games is that it'd be very boring if you didn't get to respawn. It seems like every shooter game makes sure to have this quality as a part of it, that you're allowed to make mistakes. In fact, you're allowed even the mistake of death. And yet you keep coming back with your experience. Now you might not get to keep everything that you had. You do have to restart in some ways. You don't get brought up exactly where you ended up dying. You have to start from your spawn point again. When I used to play Call of Duty, they introduced a mechanism called prestiging too. That you started at level 1, and then you could go all the way to, at the time, level 50. And once you got to level 50, you could prestige, it was called, where you got put back at level 1 again, and you got to climb it all the way up to level 50 once more. And you could keep doing this and prestiging again and again and again. And when you finally got to the final prestige, you could even do that whole thing again. Master Prestige, they called it. I think the fact that video game designers have put all these cycles into it says a lot about how we learn, how we live. Sometimes it may seem like we return to places where we were before, but with this ability to learn from our mistakes grow, gain experience. And after many incarnations, we become that master prestige. And good night, Mermander. Yes, your rest is very important. And thank you, Katie, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Bunny Mom, you ask, what do you think anger has to teach us? Anger is a powerful tool if we can learn how to use it without hurting ourselves. Like a forklift, you have to be certified in order to use it. If you don't have your forklift certification, there's a good chance that you end up misusing it and probably hurt yourself or others. So too, it's important to get our anger certification, because there is a right way to use it, and there are many, many wrong ways to use it. In the grand scheme of things, every time we use it improperly, we still learn from our mistakes. So it's not like 10 strikes and you're out kind of thing. You are always given the chance to learn how to equip it properly. Anger is a very passionate and authentic way of setting boundaries or enforcing them when people have crossed them. But that ability to push people across boundaries can sometimes be used to push people's boundaries that aren't your own. And when that happens, people get hurt. People get defensive themselves. So it's important to understand this point in order to be anger certified. As long as we are using anger to enforce our own boundaries and not to cross the boundaries of others, then it is a valid expression of life. Consider in the 20th century and many times before that, when women have campaigned for various rights, such as the ability to vote. It's important that their voice was heard, and so they may express themselves through such passion as anger in order to enforce their own boundaries. Without that anger, I am sure many marches wouldn't have been as effective. However, it is a delicate balance to enforce one's own boundaries without crossing others, and so wield this power with great delicacy. And thank you, Aitenyap, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. You're very welcome, Bunny Mom. Credit Vixen, you ask if I could give a short prayer for your Chino and you. you are long distance, and my positivity is love emoji. Yes. Do tell me, what is a chino? So I may know. Is that someone's name, or is it a word which I am ignorant of? Perhaps you can teach me. But I'm always open to extending my prayers. Is it your lover? Your partner's nickname? Gotcha. Yeah. Although many miles may separate you through space, in time you are both here now. Of all the points in time in which you could exist, you are inseparable in the now. This moment contains your love, and that binds you across great distances. Sometimes, through distance, our longing only increases more, and so that love becomes just that more precious. If you kindle that preciousness, then nothing can stop your futures from colliding with the intensity of giants. Best wishes and blessings to you both. Julia, you ask, how do you know it's not, or how do you know it's non-attachment or disassociation? Such a great question. Well, never be attached to inaction. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. What is action? What is inaction? Even the wise are confused about this. Krishna says, non-attachment does not mean inaction. It never means inaction. We should strive to be engaged with the world, just not attached to it. If you feel disengaged from it, then that's a good chance it's dissociation rather than non-attachment. Non-attachment, you could be as involved as you want, but regardless of outcome, you are just as happy. Your peace isn't faltered by the provocation of an outcome you weren't expecting. That is true non-attachment. Thank you, Pantagor, for your tiny yippee. And thank you, Babiso, for your heart me team bracelet and cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. Kelly Heals, you ask, how can I get past shame? It's a beautiful question. Shame is very limiting. We might be so sensitive to life, and we know the preciousness of other people's lives, that we feel shameful for restricting others. And so we might take on the feeling of shame in order to restrict ourselves from crossing another person's boundaries. It is one form of ensuring that you are careful with others, but it is at the sacrifice of your own well-being. And just as others deserve vibrant expression of themselves, you deserve that ability to express yourself unimpeded also. You are just as precious. And when we open to life, when we become spacious for our own emotions and the feelings of others, when we accept our existence as it is in the present, then we can grow from that and become even better at taking care of ourselves, at taking care of others. Forgiveness is your best friend. Forgetfulness is not. To forgive does not mean to forget. We can learn from our mistakes and use them to grow unboundedly. We may feel like shame is helping us, but becoming more open to life will help you even more. So on behalf of everyone in your life, you deserve to forgive yourself. Then you can be that much more there for everyone. Tanhao, thank you for that heart me a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Gina, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, John F., for your fortnight worth of cloud breads. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kato Solstad, thank you for your 35 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Joanna, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Julia, you ask, is it normal not to suffer too much when we lose a person? You are scared that you went too far with this. Sometimes grief is delayed. It is possible that emotions might come up at a later date. I'm not saying they will. That's just to say, our first reaction to losing someone or something might not always be our only reaction. However, if you have come to a deep appreciation for life and death, acceptance of change and allowance for love and loss, then it is absolutely possible to go through the process of losing someone more smoother than without your spiritual growth. And if you're worried that it makes you an insensitive person, that's certainly not the case, because we have the capacity to feel that loss. We can still be sad, but not let that sadness take over our lives. We have more spaciousness available to hold those feelings and other feelings as well. Some people have only a small bubble, able to hold one feeling at a time, and when something big happens in their life, they have to spend all of their time holding that one feeling until it grows or goes. But with big hearts, even big things we can hold, but still have room for other things that we don't have to put aside. So it can definitely be a sign of spiritual growth when you're able to hold much more without faltering. My nose is itchy. Mahina, you ask, Yam, is it bad that I like nice things like comfy PJs that are pricey? You are certainly allowed to treat yourself. It's the overindulgences that cut into other aspects of our life. If we are constantly surrounded by cushioning, then we won't be able to take anything hard. And if we're only surrounded by hard things, then we won't be able to take anything soft. We have to have a mix of both hard and soft to be able to adapt to both. Mr. Astrolabe, you ask, how did you answer my question again? I was AFK. I asked about God changing the laws of nature. Rather ironic. To put a long story short, although you're welcome to see the recording of this, our ability to control our own bodies, for example, is a right given to us by nature. Nature is the other half of God, whereas God often refers to the source, the potential, the Holy Father. Nature is the mother. Mother Nature, the potency. So she has free reign over her world. She is allowed autonomy that the source can't take away, because that would impede on her own innate divinity. Likewise, our allotment of free will, being divinely orchestrated as well, cannot be taken away because that would impede on our own free will too, our own divinity as an infinitesimal, fragmentary portion of the Supreme Soul. Thank you, Stephen, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Enno, you ask, do you think it's possible for an evolved soul to reincarnate on Earth with the purpose of helping others? Possible. You are too humble. Not only is that possible, it is the reason why all of you are here. And I don't just mean those in this live stream now. I mean everyone on the planet. Their soul has been evolving for endless lifetimes, and yet we keep coming back in order to continue growing through the helping of others. See, we don't grow to help others. We grow by helping others. So the idea of an evolved soul is precisely equal to the idea of helping others. They are one and the same. To help is to grow. Thank you, Stephen, for another trio of tiny tinies too. Yippee! And Donald, thank you for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. And well put, Anna. It's as if it's so we never forget the real meaning of all this, isn't it? Mr. Mate, you ask, do you secretly desire the drama that angers you? I think it's no secret. I know I certainly do. However, I also recognize that what I really want in life is best fulfilled through more peaceful means. And when my attention is on the virtues of others rather than their defects, then I am able to grow that much quicker. Mahina, you share that you're sad that the beautiful dancer Twitch took his life. It's hard to see how much he suffered inside. That is a sad thing. I'm unaware of this person, but it sounds like you had connected to him a lot. Given that you mentioned how you saw his suffering. Indeed, whenever there is a loss of life such as that, We only wish for things to have gone another way. Because all of us here are still living now, and we all recognize the preciousness of life. If only they held on a little longer, maybe they could have got some help. It's very easy to think like this, and only natural to do so. I think the statistic is that every 45 seconds or so, someone takes their own life. So for the duration that we've been live streaming so far, that's hundreds of people. Who were here at the beginning and now have decided to leave this world. It's a good reminder to love those who are in our life. Sometimes you never know who's struggling, even if they're angry, bitter against you. Is it worth getting angry in return? When they are suffering so much. Sometimes they are happy, and you don't realize that on the inside they are suffering too. What happens on the outside is often very different to what's happening on the inside. That is why it is best not to assume, so that we may love unconditionally to what we see on the surface. Everyone is deserving of love. Because love is our original nature. We all deserve to be guided back to our original nature. The Bhagavad Gita also tells us to remember that as a soul, you are forever untouched by what the mind or body may go through. And so, lifetime after lifetime, we continue to live. And so no one ever truly dies. Nobody can take away the suffering that one has experienced. But we can honor it and validate it by recognizing the immortality of one's soul. And how they live on in other ways. And thank you, Abundant Anthony, for your heart me a moment ago. Om Tat Sat. And thank you, the Canuck Gypsy, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Warrior Priestess, for your quartet of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Mary, thank you for your finger heart. And Tiny Tiny. Meepy. Let's read from a verse of the Pocket Pema Chodron. She is a lovely Buddhist nun, and many of her words have been compiled into this short book. Number 23. Where is it? There it is. This brief lifetime. How are we going to spend this brief lifetime? Are we going to strengthen our well-perfected ability to struggle against uncertainty? Or are we going to train in letting go? Are we going to hold on stubbornly to, I'm like this, and you're like that? Or are we going to move beyond that narrow mind? Could we start to train as a warrior, aspiring to reconnect with the natural flexibility of our being, and to help others do the same? If we start to move in this direction, limitless possibilities will begin to open up. This brief lifetime. My nose is very itchy today. Binaural burial. You ask, how did you get into spirituality? You know, it's a very incredibly, impossibly difficult question to answer. Some people get into crocheting when they see a video about it. Some people get into sports when their parents did it. Some people get into chess when they have a club for it at school. Some get into boxing when their friend has done it too. Spirituality is not like the other hobbies, professions, or skills that you can get into. And I very much like the way you put it, binaural burial. It comes with growing awareness. Everyone has the potential to become spiritual. When we grow up, we become aware of all the suffering in the world, all the imperfections in ourselves. We see love, we feel loss. The world becomes to open up more and more and more, and eventually it gets overwhelming. And for most people, the solution is to close back up again, to numb the senses, put the horse blinders on, so that they don't have to open up to these penetrating dimensions of human life. But some brave few who are done with the fear want to see what's on the other side of this looming horizon. That is where spirituality comes in. We no longer want to be running away from pain and seeking pleasure. We want to know what it's all about, beyond uncertainty, beyond dogma, beyond all this suffering. We want, with absolute faith, to know the highest nature that this life makes us possible to become aware of. So in the funny way I say that spirituality chooses you rather than you choosing spirituality. It is the end goal that one can come to when they are done with material life. And thank you, Dogmata, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mahina, for your love, yo. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Nene, for your heartbeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Asking questions. You ask, how does Yam suggest to stay? Best stay in the now moment. I will answer with a paradox. Give up your effort and then you will become present. You say, what? Isn't the present moment all about practicing patience, applying your best effort to be here, now, not being distracted by thoughts, denying the mind of its pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain? Yes. That's a part of it. However, it's all culminating towards effortless presence. At first we have to put effort in, We have to make it intentional. And then once it becomes an unconscious habit, then you are always present. We get there by relaxing a little. We get there by letting go of our expectations to be here now. You give yourself the freedom to make mistakes, to get lost, with the faith that you'll end up here. That kind of shift from controlling the moment to letting it happen is the most pivotal step in becoming effortlessly present. Thank you, Pat, for your 11 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mr. Mate, you share that you think dancing is the easiest way for you to be present in the moment. I love that. I'm sure that Shiva would agree. Changeling, you ask, what are your thoughts on Kundalini energy? Well, let me ask you, Changeling, what do you know about it? What is the meaning of the word Kundalini? What does it refer to? And we'll go from there. No pressure. Riley, you share that the AS is cut off on your screen, so all you see is Mr. Sunday, and you're like, who's that? Mr. Sunday. I love that. 'Tis I, Mr. Sunday. Here, I can move it over for you. It's a little better. And thank you, Zealot, for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. It does sound like a Beatles song, doesn't it? I guess there's Mr. Blue Sky. Now while we await for Changeling's thoughts on Kundalini, binaural burial, you ask for tips on seeing the world and existence as a whole without getting too focused on the negativity. Here, I'll give you the secret of all secrets in my arsenal. What is negativity if not an absence of positivity? We agree. Therefore, whenever you are faced with something that you label as negative, you have discovered space for something positive to occur. That which is negative is quite literally holding space for positivity. That's your opportunity to share something positive. Changeling. You share that you meant projecting your awareness into higher dimensions. That's like saying, I'm hungry. Actually, I meant that I want to go kayaking. Kundalini represents the dormant feminine energy, often symbolized as a serpent coiled around the base of your spine. Like a spring, it has potential energy ready to shoot up, but there is a force suppressing it. When that energy climbs the spine, many things are made possible. A dimension is not another world. It means a quality of life. There are many qualities of life that we do not traverse because we are scared to, because it makes us vulnerable, puts us in new places. Our dormant feminine energy, now that is the Divine Mother. It is dormant in this age because there are many qualities of the feminine which are suppressed. For example, in men, we are taught not to express our emotions. We are taught to dress modestly. We are taught not to engage in girly things like buying flowers for ourselves, doing ballet, cooking for others. So the feminine is very much suppressed in man, but it's also suppressed in women as well. There are many aspects of the feminine that we often don't let blossom. Such as Durga Mata. She is a warrior. She paves the way for new things. This kind of trailblazing is an aspect of the feminine that we often repress. The definition of the feminine is that which seeks to expand unboundedly And when she is restricted, she gets angry. And when she gets angry, she gets restricted even more. So, coiled up at the base of our spine is this Kundalini. So much potential ready to be used, and yet it's being suppressed. To awaken Kundalini simply means to awaken to your full potential. Become that trailblazer. Become like Durga Mata, weapons in each hand, riding on the back of a lion. So expressive, unbounded self-expression, adventure, no fear. It takes a lot of courage to be motherly, to extend your protection over those that you wouldn't normally. It takes a lot of courage to bring others in as if you were their mother, even though you didn't give birth to them. That kind of adventure of one's soul, to be nurturing past the bounds of societal norms, is the true indication of awakening that Kundalini. And so, when many Westerners went to ask Neem Karoli Baba, a great mystic in India, how to awaken one's Kundalini energy, he said, very concisely, feed people, help people. When you embrace these qualities of the divine feminine, your energy becomes higher and higher. So it is like that. Hello, Lara. Thank you. Thank you, Zealot, for your cloud bread a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. Asking questions, you ask, what are my thoughts on tears or crying? A very powerful thing to do. Very authentic. The greatest inner transformation occurs when we are able to convert our raw emotions into tears. Crying makes the whole universe just stop for a moment. Sometimes the universe is insensitive to our feelings. But when you cry genuine tears, then the universe bows to you as its master. I don't care what my enemy has done. If they are on their knees crying, I will be there for them, just like their mom. And thank you, Pat. for your heartbeat and 11 roses many minutes ago. Om Tat Sat. Thank you, John, for a heartbeat too. And Priscilla, thank you for your pair of roses and ice cream cone. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Zealot, for your 7 cloud breaths. Now it's an octet. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Mary, for your balloons and friendship necklace. Radhe, Radhe. Elia Kills, you share that you have a question in regard to what I just said, and hello, lovely soul. You found so much power in embracing the feminine energy, but you went through darkness and abuse that seemed to make that space void for a while, and now you're beginning to re-embrace, but you find yourself with blockages towards the divine feminine energy within, as it being on some emotions of safety and fear that you would assume, but you feel the call again to embrace your divine feminine once again. I hear my cat meowing. I hope you allow me just a moment to let my dear shadow in before I consider what you have shared, which is a beautiful question.
Who's that?
It's Shadow.
Yeah. I love you.
He's probably gonna wander outside again in a moment. He usually meows and comes and says hi, then he leaves. But yes, how does one reopen themselves up?
Yes. You are so vocal. Hi.
Very dark as well.
I love you.
Now, he's just laying there. I think he was just singing, I suppose, back on his favorite spot, indeed. Sometimes, through unsafe circumstances, we may pull in our comfort zone to be very tight. And I will have to continue this idea again in just a moment. can be a long journey to open ourselves up to the Divine Feminine again, becoming expansive without that fear. Fear is very much the complementary force that pulls us in rather than pushing out. So some bravery, courage, faith, that will all help you expand once again. And little by little, we open ourselves up to new experiences. We push against our familiar walls, forgiving ourselves to be a platform of stability, setting boundaries with those that may push us back into our old ways. Piece by piece, by the law of incremental growth, we regain ourselves once more. Brody's boy, you ask, Yam, how do we stop overthinking? You're so tired of tearing yourself apart. Yes. And after this question, we will read from the Vajana Amrit. I concur, Sky Guardian. I have found in my own experience that the reason we overthink is due to the vows we have made to think. I'm sure we've all been there when we mess something up. We hurt ourselves or we hurt someone we love, and we think, this can't happen again. I must be more aware next time. Good idea. It's a beautiful resolution. Indeed, awareness alone is responsible for us fixing our mistakes, and unawareness alone is responsible for making them. So we vow to think more, because the more we think about something, the more we become aware of it, right? That's the problem. We've got it the other way around. Now, instead of being more aware, we're just filled up with thoughts, and our awareness is only getting clogged up by them. Now our awareness is overwhelmed by thoughts to be aware of. We can't seem to put them all in a row and figure them all out. We've made this vow so many times with ourselves that there's now so many different variables to constantly be thinking about. The good news is that we can still keep our vow without getting overwhelmed by thoughts. Simply become so present that your awareness permeates the problem without thought. And from your high awareness, then solutions come. Good thought comes not from vowing to think better. Vow instead to become more permeating in your awareness, and naturally, better thoughts come. We made those mistakes in the beginning simply due to a lack of awareness. not a lack of thought. In fact, it is thought itself that takes us away from awareness. So if we really want to do better next time, then spend less of your attention on thinking about the problem and more of your awareness just being with what is available to you. Funky art, you ask, can it really be that simple? Sometimes it's the complex things that are easy and the simple ones that are difficult. Being peaceful is simplicity itself, but it's our very own need to overcomplicate everything that gets in the way of this being feasible. Thank you, Usha, for your subscription. I am always happy to have you here. May you find the sticker pack that comes with it fun. And I look forward to continuing being of any service to you. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Ringer737, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Bobby Sue, thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Haley and Hunter, for your friendship necklace and pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Jess, for your rose. Namo Buddhaya. And Mary Findley, thank you for your disco love. And yes, Mihina. The name of the age we are in is called the Kali Yuga. KaliYuga. Kali Yuga. Alright. Vachana Amrut time. This is a book that Sky Guardian has sent me on the behalf of BAPS, the BAPS Swaminarayan Sampradaya. It's a spiritual lineage. Based on a modern avatar from the 19th century known as Swaminarayan. This is a spiritual text on bhakti with a very practically minded attitude towards moksha, liberation. The current president of the BAPS Swaminarayan is one whom I've had the honor of emailing to and in return receiving the blessings of. That is Mahant Swami Maharaj. I believe yesterday I incorrectly said that I got the blessings of the previous president, Pramukh Swami Maharaj, whom I have conflated. However, Sky Guardian has reminded me that actually the Pramukh Swami Maharaj has left his body, and now this book is technically out of date, and Mahant Swami Maharaj is the current president. On the night of Magshar Sudhi 5, Samvat 1876, was sitting in Dada Khajar's Dabar in Gadhada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of sadhus, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Maya Ram Bhatt asked Shriji Maharaj, "Maharaj, please describe the characteristics of the highest, intermediate, and lowest levels of Vairagya." This is a Sanskrit word referring to dispassion, usually in relation to the world. Shriji Maharaj explained, "A person who has the highest level of Vairagya engages in worldly activities either by God's command or as a consequence of his parabdha karmas. But, like King Janak, he is not affected by those activities. He may indulge in the most alluring of the panch vishais, that is, sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and touch, attained as a consequence of his own it's a difficult word, prarabdha. But he does so dejectedly and with total indifference towards them. Those vishais are unable to entice him. Thus, his renunciation remains undiminished. He invariably views those vishais as flawed and treats them like enemies. That is to say, even someone of enlightened personage experiences many sense gratifications, the beautiful aroma of a flower, the delicious taste of food, the nice silk of the sheet that they wear. There are many experiences of the senses that are going to still feel good for one with even high vairagya. The difference is that they're not attached to them, meaning that if they were taken away, there is no upset. They don't start crying, "Where did my delicious Subway sandwich go? I was so looking forward to the other half. Now I am depressed." They know that only the Supreme Source is fully satisfying. Moreover, they constantly remain in contact with sadhus and the sacred scriptures, surrounded by spiritual accompaniment, and remains in the service of God, seeking to satisfy the divinity within you. Even if one were to encounter adverse places, times, company, etc., their understanding would not diminish. Such a person is said to possess the highest level of vairagya, dispassion. A person who has an intermediate level of vairagya also indulges in the best of the panch vishayas and remains unattracted to them. But if one were to encounter adverse places, times, company, etc., they would become attached to those vishayas. Consequently, their level of vairagya would diminish. Such a person is said to possess an intermediate level of vairagya. So, when times are going well, they might not feel the need to engage their senses in gratification. But then the moment that something goes unwell, oh well, I might as well eat the rest of that ice cream. Maybe one cigarette wouldn't hurt. I mean, hey, I've had a bad day. I could use one. Before, they were perfectly dispassionate with these things, but then when adversity comes, they go back to gratifying their senses. As for a person who has the lowest level of vairagya, if one were to encounter ordinary or even inferior vishayas, sensory experiences, they may indulge in them, but they would not become bound by them. However, if one were to encounter and indulge in appealing vishayas, they would become bound by them. Such a person is said to possess the lowest level of vairagya. That is to say, someone with just a little bit of dispassion. They're not so big on small, gratifying experiences, but when they pass by the most delicious sweet shop and they see the double chocolate chip muffin in the window, now that's an experience I can't pass on. And so they go for that. It's a good place to stop. 3 different levels of vairagya, dispassion. And the highest level, they are completely, they could be even absorbed in some sense gratification. But if it were taken away from them, they wouldn't even notice, because their awareness is firmly situated in the ultimate bliss giver, that is God. And the intermediate level, they also have dispassion towards sense gratification. Until something goes wrong, then they feel like they need to. And in the lowest level of vairagya, we are able to deny the small pleasures, but still hanker after the big ones. Now I'm super hungry, says Isabella. Well, don't let me tease you. Did I thank you, Haley and Hunter, for your friendship necklace and pair of roses? I will thank you again, even if I have. Radhe, Radhe. Jess. Thank you for that rose a few minutes ago. I think I did thank you for this. And Mary, for your disco love. Orium Tat Sat. And Priscilla, for your rose. Thank you for that. I think I have not thanked Jared for the heart me. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe, and Linda. Thank you for your 40 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mahina, for sending a little bit of Hawaii in the form of some coral. That's very beautiful. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe, and Jess X. Thank you for your trio of roses too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Rachel, you say, Liam, you're truly a blessing. Yeah, well, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say sticks to you. That makes you the real blessing here. Thank you. And yes, Gregor, there's a little rain sound effect playing in the background. It's very subtle, but I think it adds to the atmosphere. Jarrett, you had asked a minute ago how to let go of that attachment when it comes to someone you loved and shared children with. Very difficult indeed. It can be inspiring, perhaps, to cultivate that agape love, where we love so selflessly that we do so from a distance, and at times even anonymously. If we truly love someone, then there's no need for even recognition of that love. We give without expecting any return. And by doing so, we even honor our attachments, because there are no strings attached anymore. That love becomes so pure. You do so unconditionally. When we love them so one-pointedly, we can even begin to let go and know that they are growing and evolving, and we are rooting for them, maybe even behind the scenes without them knowing. We are so bent on their happiness that we trust the entire process. We become their number one support, whether they realize it or not. Love is no transaction. It is giving with no reward, and the accomplishment of selfless love is enough of a reward. Thank you, Jared, for the hands up a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Svastidananda. Thank you for your hanging lights and for your 9 roses. Jai Sitaram. You light up my life and the lives of everyone around you. And of course, Sonam, please be my guest. Ask your question again. Thank you, Ron, for your finger heart. A quintet of them to be exact. And a heart me too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Carrie, for your 7 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Svastidananda. Thank you for your quartet of finger hearts. And hand hearts too. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Jared, for your rose as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Is it about spiders, Sonam? That you're terrified of them and today you conquered your fear and took one upstairs to let it go out. But you think you squashed one, is that it? There is a big debate between Jains and Buddhists whether karma is created by the action or the intention of the action. The Jains say that it is the action itself, regardless of intention. So they carry brooms around them and they sweep the floor with every step so that they don't squash any bug. And they wear masks too, so they don't inhale any microbes or catch a fly in the mouth. However, I believe that the true karma is in the intention. You might say that no matter the reason for stabbing someone, you'll get bad karma for it. I say, what about all the surgeons who do it every day? And the people they stab thank them for it, for saving their life. In that case, the intention very much made the difference. If you did not mean to cause harm, then it certainly isn't your fault. Does this mean that you have no accountability? Of course we can still take accountability. If we bump into someone and they fall on the ground, even if it was an accident, you'd still help them up. But you don't have to help them up out of fear that you caused this. You help them up because here, there is someone who has now fallen, and you love helping people. When it comes to those that we hurt, it's possible to help them heal, even while acknowledging that it was not our intention to hurt, which absolves us of any self-guilt. Since you didn't intend on squashing any spider, I am sure that the spider kingdom forgives you. You don't have to be so hard on yourself for not being aware of every detail in your life. It's okay. And thank you, Jared, for your whipped coffee. 2 of them and a ginger man. Radhe Radhe. Mr. Stain, you asked for my interpretation of astrology and that you're very open-minded. That's good. So you don't mind if I put it on a pedestal or knock it down. I believe that it's beautiful to wish upon a star, to attribute meaning to the movement that is in the dance of our solar system. The time and place of our birth is certainly very significant. I believe that there are subtle ways in which not just our moon having an effect on the tides, or our sun giving the cycle of day and night, but also other planets have very small effects. And through compounding growth, give rise to very intricate displays of patterns that are difficult to categorize. But it is important to acknowledge that we cannot escape accountability for our own actions by attributing it to the positions of the planets against the stars. To one who is fully conscious, you are everything. The more spiritual you become, the more you become fluid. People ask your star sign. You say, well, what day is it today? On Mondays, I'm like a Gemini. On Thursdays, more like a Libra. On Saturdays, I'm like a Virgo and a Taurus at the same time. As we continue to open ourselves up to dimensions of life, nothing can confine us anymore. We are nobody, and we are everybody. Your personality becomes unbounded. Be like water, my friend, says Trent, quoting Bruce Lee, I believe. And thank you, warrior priestess, always for your humble generosity. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Irene, if that is how I pronounce your lovely name. Maybe it is short for Irene. From Barcelona, Irene. Irene. Is that closer? Thank you for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roses. Irene. And a finger heart. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Riley asks, how can you make yourself stop loving someone? And Jarrett replies, when you get the answer, let me know. Yeah, can I add myself to that list? Looking back on my life, it seems that we never stop loving anyone. We only open ourselves up to new ways of loving. Every new relationship doesn't invalidate the last. It only adds in our ways we become capable of loving. So the next question is, how do we open ourselves up to loving more? And that has a lot to do with letting go of restricting the way in which we loved before. A lot of breathing helps. Just taking big breaths in, big breaths out. Forgiveness, trust, faith, and patience. A lot of self-love. Patience, patience, patience. And thank you, Irene, for another ice cream cone, cloud bread, popcorn, and a pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. BTA, you share that you have a cursed destiny. Strangers find you, always assaulted again, but you're grateful for another day. And I love how that shows how unconquerable your spirit is. That regardless of the trials, you triumph over them with gratitude. Such is the power of counting our blessings, that even when faced with 99 reasons to give up, just one reason to keep going may be enough to live another day. And thank you, Riley, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Orion Tat Sat. Gregor, you share that Shakespeare once said, "It is better to have loved and lost than to never loved at all." I was wondering where that's from. My mother quotes it often. Lav, you ask a powerful question. What is the sense of life in having a narcissistic parent? That's difficult, isn't it? When they live vicariously through us, without realizing that doing so only limits us. And if only they saw that what makes them human is not a reason to be insecure, but a reason to share, to relate in their vulnerability. We can only wish for our parents to change on their own times. There is often very little we can do to influence that, since the parental role almost implies that they are here to help you grow, sometimes. We can, with a courageous enough attitude, begin to use this challenge as an opportunity to become more independent, to become emotionally mature, perhaps in spite of their emotional negligence. We can see the lack for what it is, as an opportunity for change. And when that change is not able to happen within your parents, at least let it happen within. Oftentimes, those with narcissistic traits are merely masking a deep insecurity And if we can recognize that it isn't personal, then it's possible to set the right boundaries, love from a distance, and continue growing. The Divine Mother, the Divine Father, can sometimes incarnate as your parents. Other times they incarnate in other ways in your life, but you are never lacking parentage. They are always around you. There is always someone or something you can look up to as a mother or a father. Even if it's spread out across multiple humans, there is certainly no one way to be human. And if we can count our blessings too, and try to cross this ocean in which we spiral so often by being veered by our bias of negativity, challenge the storm and swim towards the island of positivity, then we can stand stable, looking onwards with joy. Danya or Danja, you ask, are you always this chill? Only on Sundays. Yeah, Sundays, sometimes Wednesdays. But every other day, it's a gamble. You can never be so certain. Doomnight, you share that you try to imagine yourself as a little kid version of your dad, to have empathy for his poor, wretched soul. That's powerful. Yeah. Our parents are just big versions of us in some sense. They may have grown up literally, but parts of them have not. We become stuck in childlike tendencies in many different ways. Some good, some not so good. Apple user, you ask how to deal with a roommate who doesn't think quite as deeply. You never know what's going on inside someone's mind. I had a roommate once that asked me how to make ice. I couldn't believe what I heard. They said, "How do you make ice? Can you teach me?" I said, "What? Do you know what ice is?" It's just cold water. So they filled up the ice tray and they put it in the fridge. They said, "Liam, it's been 3 days. It's still not ice yet." I said, "Okay." You heard cold water? Really cold water. Okay, Does that make a difference? So then they put the ice tray into the freezer, and then it made sense. I thought there's no hope. One day they asked me how to make toast too, and I almost lost it. A toaster can only be used in so many ways. I'd be very impressed if you could find a wrong way to put bread in and not get toast out. But one day, they opened up. One day, they just started asking questions. Do you think that we die when the body dies? Or do you think something lives on? I wonder if there really is a God. Or if we make so much fuss about a creator that we don't live in the moment. And this person who wasn't very good at making ice or toast suddenly became one of the most sincere spiritual seekers in the household. And you never know when that time comes. But what you can do is be patient. Because there's one thing that's going to stop them from opening up, and that's judging them for not doing so. I like that, Kelsey. You share that you think death is like going to sit in one chair and standing up in another. And thank you, Vagabond, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Isis, thank you for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Maxilla, you share that you passed your driver's test. Congratulations. You know, that's something that I tried 3 times. And I failed 3 times. So you have surpassed me in driving ability. That's for sure. Hello, Laura. Starfire, you ask, do I have any friends? There are many people in my life that I'd consider friends. Although we don't talk that often. In some ways, I do live a very lonely life. I seem to outgrow my friends very quickly. I distinctly remember one of my friends in high school saying very angrily to me, "You've changed, man." And I didn't say this at the time, but I thought, yeah, that's what people do. You haven't. That's on you. Now, I don't blame him for thinking that way, but naturally, I seem to grow in many ways that outlive certain friendships, and I'm very grateful to have experienced them all. And I have amassed a few friends that are happy to watch me change as they connect more on the level of the soul, or at the very least, someplace deeper. But in general, I feel like my best friend is the universe. And so I don't feel alone when I'm out with nature. I love to listen to the sounds of the leaves, the birds in the trees, the squirrels, the sea otters, bunnies, and any other animal that comes my way. When we were younger, everything was alive to us, from our stuffed animals, to our drawings, to the characters in our books. Even our blankie had a kind of aliveness to them, and we couldn't go anywhere without them. I think when one realizes this, again, after forgetting it through growing up, then you're never truly alone. Even when you're not surrounded by people. All of us are ultimately on independent journeys to reunite with the Source. And as Ram Dass puts it, we're all walking each other home. Johnny, you share that you feel empty, but you also feel like you should be sadder. Emptiness just means that you have more space to hold for yourself and for others. Here in the West, being empty is a bad thing. But in Buddhism, emptiness is the goal. And thank you, Mary Fair, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And another rose. Thank you. And thank you, Isabella, for your quartet of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Dinda, thank you for your rose. Orion Tat Sat. I am impressed that you are still here, Gaia, and always happy to have your presence here. Apple user, you ask, are you sober? Someone says you're not, you gotta prove them wrong. There's nothing I can do to prove them wrong. Nor do I have anything to prove. I was swimming in a lake 2 days ago, and this woman walked by, and she said, "Isn't that cold?" I said, "No." She said, "I don't believe you," giggled and walked off. Now, for most people, this would be a particularly ordinary remark. But if you think about it, it tells a lot. It means that she was a lot quicker to deny my experience than accept something that she wouldn't experience herself. Oftentimes, we refuse to believe others because it would force us to open our comfort zone to things we feel that we're not ready for. Many people may assume that because I am like this, and with the things going on in their life, they know that the only way for them to be like that is to be medicated. Ain't no way they could be like that naturally, right? So it's a safe assumption to make, because that means they don't have to take accountability for their own lack of peacefulness. But I'm not trying to start a fight. I only wish to inspire you that it's possible to find that peace even amidst adversity, when everything seems to be going wrong. You may be surrounded by 99 reasons to get angry, to be upset. But if you can find that one reason to be happy, then you are truly free. No one will tell you that it's going to be easy, because it's looking for a needle in a haystack. But with practice and consistent effort, it becomes easier to see the good in the bad, the potential in the mundane. Therefore, I encourage you to do the same. When we satisfy our desires, we may experience momentary peacefulness, but that is only because peace is our original nature. And with the desire gone, we come to peace. But there are two ways to resolve a question. The first is to answer it, but the second is to never ask. Likewise with desire. we may quench its thirst for a while by giving in, only to have it spring up later with redoubled intensity. The true way to peace, therefore, is not in satisfying all one's desires, but in relinquishing them altogether. The desire to be anyone separate from who you are right now. The desire to hold yourself responsible for all the reasons you feel shamed. The desire to be someone in the future that you couldn't possibly be now. If you love yourself fully, then you can forgive everything about you. Thank you, this is my show for your hanging lights a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Warrior Priestess, for your trio of roses and the finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Mary Fur, thank you for another rose. Jai Sitaram. Mr. Pink, you ask for thoughts on purpose and meaninglessness. Humility is a blessing. Recognizing that you have so much potential can be overwhelming. We might see with a clear vision what we are capable of, but no easy path to get there. And so oftentimes we find ourselves not without a purpose, but no clear path to achieve that purpose. And so in effect, we feel purposeless by simply being separate from the goal. What we need, therefore, is not a purpose, but a way to feel purposeful. We sometimes project purpose into the future. Some goal, some feeling of accomplishment, and that feeling must come after we have done something to achieve it. But by throwing our goal into the future, then we always remain separate from it. So instead of making our goal some state in time, achieved after some work, let your goal be continuous and constantly changing, existing here in the present. Don't feel like you have to be healed. Instead, be healing. Don't feel like you have to be grown. Instead, be growing. Don't feel like you have to be strong. Instead, be training. Don't feel like you have to be wise. Instead, be learning. When we shift our goal from some state that will exist to a process that is existing, then we constantly feel fulfilled. So the true nature of purpose is to be found here and now. And thank you, John F., for your 61 roses just a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe, and Om Tat Sat. Thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Names Nemo, for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. And how do I pronounce your lovely name? Jacinta? Jacinta? Thank you for your finger heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Names Nemo, for another lock and key. Radhe, Radhe. And John F., thank you for your forever rosa. Jai Sitaram. Nehemiah Kaski, you ask, how does one find contentment in who they are when they are striving to be a better version of themselves? That's a great question. Because the best version of yourself is not the one you're striving for. It is the striving itself that makes you better. The difference between perfection and excellence is that perfection doesn't exist. What we all want is mastery. And when we see a master and compare ourselves to them, what we see is the disparity between their results and the lack of ours. So we then think that to be a master means to have been perfecting their art. But the master is the way they are, not because of what they make, but because of the process that gets them there. So true mastery is not in the state of perfection, it was in the striving of excellence. The real difference between yourself and a master is that, for example, depending on what you're comparing yourself with, they may get up at 6 a.m. every day. They practice 6 hours before lunch, and after. They mentally rehearse all of their mistakes and work towards solutions thereafter. They dream about their craft, continuing to refine it. But you don't see any of these things. You only see the product of it. So, with intuition, we have to infer, based on their product, all of the process that goes into it, and then recognize that to be the true trait of a master. Yes. Congratulations, Savannah. That is a very admirable task. And just like the Master, having shown this state of accomplishment, we must infer how much suffering one had to go through to get to where you are, and what a process that journey has been. So much effort has gone into that, and that's wonderful. Goodbye, Kishori. Thank you, this is my show, for the marvelous confetti. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Leah, for your tiny. Yippee! Now, switching topics, Gaia, you asked, Yam, what is my favorite movie? Whichever one I'm watching, or have watched most recently. The most recent movie I watched was Wonka. I very much enjoyed the reimagining of Timothy Chalamet as Willy Wonka, chocolatier. And I loved, without spoiling anything, his desire to invoke wonder through the excellence of mastering the art of making chocolate, and all the hard work that goes into facing the adversity, the challenges, the problems that arise, and throughout all of it, having an unbroken spirit, willing to learn from mistakes, grow with them, and emerge victorious and ever so alive. Drea, you share that you've had a rough month, and that my words bring tears to your eyes. You have been out of touch. In your own words. Although I do not believe any of us are ever truly out of touch. There is no doubt lots of learning and mistakes which pave our destiny. And having a tough couple of weeks, couple of months, does not mean a bad life. For it is from these difficult times that we grow so much as individuals. And although I would not wish these challenges on anyone. I can be grateful for the challenges I have experienced for making me who I am today. And I'm so grateful that in my own experience, I am able to relate with you in what it means to be human. Thank you, yesterday's child. Yesterday's child. Tomorrow's butterfly. For your trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! Becky Sue, you share that you lost your granddad a few days ago and can honestly say that my lives have been a massive comfort. Thank you for being open to feel that comfortability after experiencing something so moving. It takes a lot of courage to open up again after experiencing such loss. So, I thank you for being such a blazing example of how able we are And I love the way you put that, mystic spirit dies. Never out of touch. Sometimes we just get caught off balance time to time. I couldn't have said it better myself. Well said. Carolyn, you're wondering why I chose the name Yam. Well, it's one of the permutations of my given name, Liam. My mother, she likes L's and Y's. For reasons I don't fully know why. But she decided to spell Liam with a Y. And if you just take off that L, it becomes Yam. So in some way, my nickname was already given to me. I just had to stop taking the L. And thank you, Gills, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Grego, you ask, ever think how music is the sound of a repeating geometric pattern? I do think about that. But a pattern not through space, but through time. Another example, instead of using sound, but in sight, is dancing. If you follow the world lines of dancers through time, you'll find that they're weaving together with all their body parts geometric shapes, oftentimes without even realizing it. I could feel a cough coming. My microphone is very sensitive. I muted it so I didn't blow your eardrums away. Symmetry is said to be the hallmark of beauty. And in dance, we construct symmetries and then break them in order to express other new ones and show off greater patterns of symmetry arising. Every art, in some way or another, expresses the idea of symmetry. One of my favorite examples of symmetry in the universe is the word yes. To agree with someone means that in one area of life, you and I have had a symmetric experience, even though we lived very different lives. One part of me mirrors you, and so we say yes. And thank you, Jennifer, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Do I dance? Asks G to Infinity. In some ways, I often like to play with movement as I'm walking through my house. I enjoy the fluidity of opening a door, walking up a staircase, playing with my balance as I approach each step, taking a glass out of a cupboard and filling it up with water, swirling it around. I think you could make almost everything a dance. And you become like flowing water throughout your room, throughout your house, as you walk down the street, even in the way that you wave to others. Everything kind of has a rhythm to it, a kind of graciousness, if you let it. One of my favorite facts from early education is that in France, they used to teach ballet to everyone, so that everything became a little bit of a dance. When you'd bow to meet someone, hold the door open for someone, or when you're walking down the street, you become more graceful. Gregor, you share that you also like to play with balance whilst performing menial tasks. Makes life more whimsical. That's it. I like the feeling of being on edge in various different ways. Balancing on one foot, carrying many plates. Now I often fall and drop what I'm carrying, but every way I do so, I learn one new way not to. And I love the way you put that, Grego. It's fun trying to fill a familiar space in rhythmic ways. That's lovely. Well put. Crystal Sierra, you ask, what's the end point when we become capable of merging with God? What do you do? What do you do when you go up 8 notes on a piano? Do you run out of notes? Not necessarily. There's always another note. You merely go up an octave. So on the spiritual path, you can seem to come to the end of your journey, only to start again at a higher octave. What's the point of enlightenment if you only get to experience it once? Take inspiration from the graph of 1 over x. It starts very high, and then it begins to drop down low and approach that 0. And it never quite reaches 0. At no point does the graph ever touch the x-axis. But you could say that in the limit, it approaches 0. However close you get, you can always get closer. So too, we asymptotically approach truth. Never is there a time where you are there, but every moment you become just a little closer. Thank you, Mystic Spirit Eyes, for your hearts. Radhe, Radhe, and Inevitable. Thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Carolyn, you share that I should make a podcast. Isn't this so much better than a podcast? Because then you get to interact directly. When you're listening to a podcast, it'd be great if you could just go, hold on, I have a question. There, you can do that. Metaphor, you ask. A person who likes rock music and is an atheist, can they find peace? Of course. Peace is trans-theist. There's atheism, and there's theism, but have you heard of trans-theism? Does this mean you were born atheist, but then you transition to theist? No, not that kind of transition. transtheist is one who neither accepts nor rejects the existence of God, but strives for something even higher. Peace is that possibility. Peace precludes all notion of God or the absence of one. Peace is your original nature. In fact, peace is secretly just another name for God. God doesn't have to mean something more complicated. Doesn't have to come with a name tag and a silhouette. Doesn't have to come with baggage. Peace is one of the 3 ancient names for God. The other being existence and consciousness. To use the original words, that's Sat-Chit-Ananda. Sat meaning existence, that which is. Chit meaning consciousness, that which witnesses. And Ananda meaning bliss, that which is infinite. That is all you are in essence, and all God is too. Everything that is real is merely Sat-Chit-Ananda, existence, consciousness, bliss. Whether you are black or white, whether you are born in the North Pole or Australia, whether you grew up in a small town or a really big one, whether you're a Christian, a Buddhist, an atheist, or some none, or none of the above, whether you prefer rock music, country music, breakcore, whether you're a baker, a doctor, a rocket scientist, or a stock market analyst, Sat-Chit-Ananda occupies your core. What is on the surface of life? These names, forms, thoughts, feelings, identities. They do not comprise your ultimate nature. That is existence, consciousness, bliss. So coming to peace does not mean changing your identity. It means understanding your true, unchanging identity. thank you, Lucas, for your heart me you sent a minute ago. And 829 roses. Nearly 3 for every person here at this time. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you. Now I certainly would have run out of room if I had to place a rose in my garden for each one you have given me. We would have to buy several acres of land by now and distribute them to and fro. Thank you. And thank you, Mystic Spirit Dice, for your flowers. Radhe, Radhe. And Sarah Newton, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Christelle, thank you for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Bobby Sue, for your pair of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, July Moonchild, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Mystic Spirit Dies, thank you for your quintet of roses too. Jai Sitaram. And Dali, thank you for your rose. Jai Hanumanji. Thank you, Marifer, for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Priscilla, thank you for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. And Belladonna, thank you for your rose. And another 9 of them, it seems. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you. That's quite alright, Marifer. You never have to apologize on behalf of your potential to grow and learn. I love that idea you shared a minute ago, Leslie. Somebody was saying there are only 2 choices. You serve love or you serve fear. I believe Jim Carrey expresses that best in his graduation speech he did several years ago. He said that in each moment you can either choose love or fear. You can act out of expansion or contraction, out of dissolving a limitation or setting one. But boy, is it scary to choose love? Does it take bravery to pick compassion? Is it courageous to be patient? And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your tiny Yippee! Good night, Grego. Thank you for your best wishes. MDM, you ask, does soulmates exist? Or is it just ego? Because we are one soul. I believe that everyone is each other's soulmate. So, you are right in both clauses of your question, that soulmates do exist, and we are one soul. In that way, everyone helps you grow, teaches you something, opens you up. And sometimes the ones we love most hurt us the deepest. Love itself is your soulmate, and I hope you find that within everyone. But not a soulmate, MDM asks. Soulmate does not hurt you, right? There is no one who has experienced love and not been hurt by it. Love is always painful, regardless of who it's with. And sometimes the purest love is the most painful. When we are holding them in our arms, there is a beautiful suffering that we wish we could solve all their problems, but we can't. We wish we could just get so close that our hearts would touch, but we can't. We wish that we could be with them forever, but we can't. There is so much sadness in love, and that's part of what makes it so infinitely, incomprehensibly, indescribably beautiful, ecstatically, euphorically, undeniably sad. Love is a beautiful suffering, but that doesn't mean it's not worth experiencing. Through that pain, we become so very open to areas of life that we could not even come to conceive without them. And thank you, Jarrett, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Kills, for your quintet of cheer-you-ups. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Top Darker, for your heartmeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, MDM, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Now, we've been streaming for many hours now. I seem to have lost track of time. Nearly 4 hours have gone by. It's probably a good time to start to wrap things up for tonight. Before we do so, however, I do have a few things I'd like to do with you. The first is ask you a question. The second is read from our book. And then we can say goodbye. How does that sound? My question of the day today is, what's your favorite kind of dream? I know what mine is. Perhaps you can tell me a little bit about yours. Did you say cream? Says Crystal Sierra. I said dream. But perhaps your favorite kind of dream involves some lovely food. Such as ice cream. And thank you, MDM, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Mo, your favorite kind of dream is the vivid one. Gina, yours is where you're a superhero. Yes, well, you already are one, Gina. You might not be able to fly physically, but oh, your spirit soars so high. Lily, your favorite kind of dream is an adventurous one. I like those ones too. Jai, you like the ones full of color and depth. I really enjoy those qualities too. Auntie, you like the happy ones. You dream every night, says MDM. I love that. I dream every day. OPNG, you ask, do you mean dream when we are sleeping? You are free to interpret it any way you like. Sakura, you share that last night you dreamt of the mango tree because I talked about mangoes yesterday. Mango, 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 mango. How delicious. I hope you had a bite. A tranquil and loving dream, says Mystic Spirit Dies. That does sound like a nice dream. Gregor, your favorite kind of dream is one with a best friend that you go on the wildest of adventures with. Now that's a fantastic dream. Gaia, your favorites are the ones where you're half awake and barely grazed remembering who you were talking to. That is very fun. Soliel, you like flying. And STRBNY, Straw Bunny is how my mind fills in the vowels. It's like strawberry, but a straw bunny. You have pretty cool dreams. I believe you. When you where you fly around freely, says Gills. Isn't that nice? You like flying too? The bee's nest? Gina? You like dreaming of eating more fruits and salads? A good dream. Sam, you like the ones where you realize you're dreaming and get too excited and wake yourself up. That's awesome. Alright, Straw Bunny. You have pretty cool tornado dreams. That's very interesting. Like the Wizard of Oz, getting swept away. Crystal Sierra, you like the schools, the libraries. I also have a lot of dreams that take place there. Hello, Maribel. It's Linsu. You like the dreams where you talk to God. That is very lovely. Drea, you like the kind of dream that you wake up and it feels like a message or something. Ooh, the profound ones. I feel you there. Magister of Steam, you share that you never dream. Perhaps it is so that you never remember. My rule of thumb is if you wake up still tired, your mind must have gone on an adventure whilst you lay in bed. But if you truly wake up totally refreshed, as if it went by in the blink of an eye, then perhaps you are the ones beyond dream. I am on very late. Hello, MJ. Thank you, Dabini, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Namaste, Echo Leaf. And thank you, Pamela, for your rose. Orion Tat Sat. Sapphire Eagle, you dream that you live in a glass house under the ocean. Ah, that's lovely. I've had a dream like that too. Seeing everything. So lovely. Now, I am going to minimize the question of the day for now, but I thank you all very dearly for appeasing my curiosity. I love dreams, and I love asking people about their dreams. Oftentimes my first question when it comes to small talk, instead of how are you feeling, what'd you get up to today, I like to know, did you have any dreams last night? Good night, Gaia. Goodbye, Gina. You take care too. Thank you. And thank you, Cams. I appreciate your sentiments. Alright, why don't we read from a short section of Roar of the Ganges, a book that we've been reading together. Maybe after Crystal Sierra asks me what my favorite dream is, and I answer before she explodes. I like dream school. I seem to have a recurring dream where I am being taught new things that you can do in your dreams. The first was flying, learning how to fly. Then I learned how to turn invisible. And I learned how to make objects float. Dream school is very cool, and I'm very honored to attend it. So this is a book we have been reading a few pages at a time, called Roar of the Ganges. It was gifted to us by a fellow Sanghi, Sky Guardian. Swami Taratmanandaji, the author, is actually his guru that he meets up with in person every week and attends satsangs of. And Sky Guardian has asked his guru to sign his book for us with prayers and best wishes on behalf of the Sangha for all of us to read. And I asked if it would be okay if I encouraged you to buy it, and Swamiji said, you don't have to. It's going to be a free PDF soon. So how thoughtful is that? It takes place in India, where Swamiji was not a Swami yet, a spiritual renunciant. He was a spiritual seeker, a brahmacharya, who is one who basically is a student of spirituality. They have not yet taken monastic vows. This chapter is called Way of the Ancients. It was a timeless scene. A saffron-robed Swami sat cross-legged on the floor, reciting ancient Sanskrit verses, precisely following the intonations that had been passed down through hundreds of generations. Before him sat 20 white-robed students, their backs erect, all eyes fixed on their teacher. They were learning a hymn from the Vedas in praise of Lord Shiva. The Swami proceeded methodically. He recited each passage slowly and clearly, inflecting each syllable with its proper pitch, low, middle, or high. He then listened carefully as the students repeated the passage twice, chanting in unison. If he detects any mistakes in pronunciation from even one student, he made them all repeat the passage. When everyone could chant it without error, he continued with the next passage. Neither the teacher nor the student used books. The Swami had memorized this hymn long ago when he had learned it in an identical setting. This particular scene took place not in an ancient India, but in the Swami Dayananda ashram. It was Swami Prakash's chanting class. Had it not been for the modern classroom illumined by fluorescent tubes instead of oil lamps, it could easily be imagined to be happening in 1500 BC. The Vedas arose before the widespread use of written language in India. The well-defined meters and melodic inflections of their verses served two purposes: to make memorization easier and to help prevent accidental corruption of the original as it was passed on from generation to generation. Customarily, young boys underwent rigorous training in traditional Gurukula, where they lived with their teacher for 12 years to master the Vedas. Some students would later establish their own Gurukulas and teach the next generation of students. A meticulous oral tradition preserved the Vedas in their original form until, after many centuries, they were finally written on stacks of palm leaves. Even today, boys still enter Gurukulas to learn the Vedas in this way and to prepare themselves for priestly duties. Little is known about the origin of the Vedas. Presumably, inspired sages living in high mountain retreats or along the banks of sacred rivers conceived the ancient scriptures. With divine inspiration, they composed lofty hymns of praise, worshipping Shiva, Vishnu, Agni, Vayu, and other forms in which they worshipped God. They formulated detailed instructions for the performance of complicated rituals. They devised meditation techniques and originated profound philosophical teachings. All of this was eventually compiled into 4 books: the Rig Veda, Sama Veda, Yajur Veda, and Atharva Veda. The word Veda literally means knowledge. Some of the ancient sages are mentioned by name in the Vedas themselves. Sages like Yajnavalkya, the great ascetic who lived with his wives in the forest, as well as others like Bharadvaja, Pipalada, and Angiras. Yet, we know little about their lives. Based on scriptural references and linguistic evidence, scholars believe they probably lived 1,000 to 2,000 years before the birth of the Christ. These sages were known as rishis, seers, because they saw or discovered what others could not, perhaps as a result of their intense austerities, fervent prayers, and deep meditations. Their teachings are considered to be revealed knowledge. Such knowledge is not of human origin, but rather divinely inspired, in the same way that the Bible's Old Testament is said to be the inspired word of God as received by the prophets. A mythological story found in later texts describes the origin of the Vedas in this way. Lord Shiva wanted to bring spiritual knowledge into the world. For the sake of imparting that wisdom, he assumed the form of a youthful teacher and sat at the foot of a banyan tree. Around him gathered 4 elderly sages: Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, and Sanatsujata. They sat facing north, the direction symbolizing knowledge and immortality. Lord Shiva sat facing south, the direction representing ignorance and death. Therefore, this form of Lord Shiva is known as Dakshinamurti, the south-facing Dakshina form, Murti, of God. Lord Dakshinamurti taught the sages without uttering a single word, for mere words could not convey the truths he came to impart. Yet, in that sacred silence, the sages received the wisdom that would be passed down through the generations in the form of the Vedas. The gist of this story is that the wisdom of the Vedas comes not from the rishis, but from God. According to the Vedic tradition, knowledge cannot be invented. It can only be discovered. All knowledge is said to have been created when the universe was created, and has therefore existed from the beginning of time, waiting to be discovered. In this way, the ultimate source of all knowledge is traced back to the source of the universe, to God. Yet, the authority of Vedic teachings does not depend solely upon their age or origin. The antiquity of a teaching does not guarantee its validity. The ancient Greeks, for example, thought that the brain's primary purpose was to cool the blood like a radiator. Such ancient notions were mistaken. Nor does a highly esteemed origin guarantee a scripture's validity. For instance, not all the musical pieces composed by Mozart and Beethoven turned out to be exquisite works of art. Some were judged mediocre by those composers themselves. Ultimately, the validity of Vedic teachings depends not upon their age or origin, but upon their content. And that content is the foundation for Hindu religious and spiritual culture. A culture spanning thousands of years and embraced by one of every 6 people on the planet today. Now, with that lovely introduction to the Vedas, humanity's oldest scriptures on spirituality, science, philosophy, let us pause our reading there and begin to end our live stream. The camera is vibrating. It must be my mystic powers, or my phone alarm is going off and I have to turn it off. Thank you all for listening to me as we read. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Haley Queen, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. Mystic Spirit Eyes, thank you for your rose. And Jasmine, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Haley Queen, for your donut, ice cream, whipped coffee, ice cream cone, cloud bread, pumpkin spice latte, a cake, popcorn, and bubble tea. Radhe, Radhe. Now I am hungry. Thank you, Jasmine, for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. You thought I was hungry? Well, you were right. Your intuition is very good. And thank you, Jasmine, for another quartet of roses. Jai Sitaram and Svastidananda. Thank you for your pair of roses a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, MJ, for your 10 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Mahina. Good night. And thank you, Briz. And good night to you too. Thank you, Old Forester, for your rose. And OPNG, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Roshi, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Joanna, for your quintet of roses. And Mahina, thank you for your pair of roses. If anyone wants to watch another one of these live streams, I will be back tomorrow. If you can't wait that long, I do upload the recording of these live streams every day to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. They are available for you there in full, without any ads, and in the description we have chaptered every minute of the whole live stream, so you can click on just the good stuff. And on my other YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR, which is where I will be actually uploading this live stream, since it was done soft-spoken without anything too provoking. We do other things as well, such as an ASMR read-through of the Bhagavad Gita, a very old scripture sung 5,160 years ago. So far we've read the introduction, and I've discussed about its importance, significance. So there's a 1-hour ASMR, a whispered video describing everything you'd ever want to know about this sacred book that I think all spiritual seekers should read. And there's a whispered video on the first chapter, the second, the third, and the fourth. Soon I shall record the fifth, walking you through the protagonist Arjuna's despondency, an introduction to yoga, and the nature of karma yoga, yoga in action, and jnana yoga, yoga in knowledge. Let's see, what is the fifth chapter? I do forget. After Jnana Yoga, we go into true renunciation. There is so much to be let go of as a spiritual seeker. What do we really let go of? How does that work? That'll be the next chapter. And several days ago, I uploaded a different kind of video on my ASMR channel too, which is a video that talks you down from an anxiety attack / panic attack or existential dread. If you're feeling overwhelmed by fear, as I know I have many parts in my life, I've assembled a whole bunch of tips and tricks, walking you through validating your environment, body, emotions, mind, your choices, and who you are. I'm sure many of you are not needing that at this moment, but in case you want to save it for later, or send it to someone that does experience anxious moments, I would be honored to help. And that's everything I wanted to say before I go. I'm going to cough. The video is called Talking You Down from a Panic Attack, and it's on my Yamsox ASMR YouTube channel, the second link in the link tree in my bio. And finally, since I have to, I can't let these socks go without acknowledgement. I wonder if they can fit on my ears. No. I remember my mom used to do that when I was a baby. She'd put my socks over her ears and then do a little song like an elephant. I forget the exact words. Anyway, these are Yamsox, and I am Yamsox. In between two Yamsox. These are socks with yams on them, and they're comfy, double-sided, very good quality, both in material and in design, in my opinion. If ever you want to receive something in return for supporting me, that's an option available to you on the store section of the link tree in my bio. There's also a tiny beanie with a tiny on it that says yippee. And currently it goes towards funding my trip to India this summer, which I am terrified for. I've never left the country, never flown on a plane that long, but I feel like I need to expand my comfort zone, leave home, both to appreciate the blessings and privileges I have here, and also to connect with that ancient culture directly. Now, may this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the divine feminine and masculine existing within everyone, including you. I will think that, Gaia. Thank you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. It's my alarm telling me I've been on for far too long. Thank you, Angela, for your rose. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Bye.